Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for an episode of the IndieTales Game Dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show. So without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Friday edition of the stream. Today, we are working on more Insignia demo polish. I've just done some playtesting with my brother, and holy moly, so many things that I have to add. I'm a bit stressed out about it. We'll get into it. It is Friday for me, of course. Friday's almost over. Okay. So, big thank you to everybody who's here in chat, on Twitch, and on YouTube. Welcome, Burke. And big thanks, of course, to 777 Lucky Yayush for the most recent follow, and Pyongyang Miami for the most recent subscription. You're throwing me curveballs with these usernames. All right, there are some major things that I have to do. There are also many not major things. The stream has been going for -10. That's not what I see. Where are we looking to see that? I don't know. All right. So I am going to turn all of these notes that I have into split. Okay, now we've got a bunch of different ones of these. We're going to do this, take on this, and paste it here. This is not the most fun task. But you kind of have to do it. Man, the amount of stuff that my brother ran into just now while we were doing, while we were working on this stuff, while he was playtesting, is incredible. Just running around, just interacting with things. Maybe because he's played the game a lot, and so he sort of knows places he can prod a little bit, or just things that are new or haven't been interacted with that much. But I really thought I was almost done. Whoops. Some of this stuff I can get through quite quickly. Some of this stuff I shouldn't bother with. So I need to categorize it first. Think of what to draw. Draw a castle. Mudtato says, talk by Rami Ismail about publishers. Gosh. That one might be difficult for me because the game has been picked. Yeah, I'll watch this later. Sure. All right. Yeah, I'll admit today I'm feeling a little bit overloaded. My brain is not super open to new information because I'm just flooded by the tasks that I sort of now have to deal with. Let's go through and rank these in terms of order. Okay, this is absolutely critical. This is not super urgent. Well, it's, I would say, medium priority. This is low. Let's go find all of the high priority things. Let's tag them all. So this is no, this is gonna affect people's, specifically things that will affect people's perception of the game directly, that will hurt their enjoyment. Okay, what will hurt someone's playthrough? So this is probably important. This is bad. This is bad. This is bad. That's bad. That's bad. Okay, now let's do the things that are absolutely not that important. I accidentally duplicated that. Let me make sure I didn't screw that up. Okay. I didn't miss anything. Okay, this is like nice to have unvalidated. Let's do all of those things. It's completely nice to have unvalidated stuff. This is higher. It's medium. Is the rest of this medium? I think this is higher than it looks. It's a try and get to it. All right. Hey, Kyle. Welcome. Thanks for stopping by and saying hi. Okay, so now we need to take fixes, put them over here, and prioritize them. That's actually just all bugs and probably lives here now. Remove fixes. This. That's not a bug, but the rest of it is. And it's urgent. Okay, this is polish. Or even level design related. This is also level design / story content. This is a bug. That's a bug. That's a kind of a bug. Harriet's scene broken on lower level. I don't know what that means. Okay, and this stuff is polish. That's low priority. And then all of this stuff is polish that's even lower priority. Okay. God. Now, what's tough about all of this is that I actually have something else that's more important to do right now than any of that stuff. And it's a new feature. Well, not a new feature, but it's a new capability of an old feature that's kind of critical. Okay. And it's this game over logic and save system. This is really important. I don't think I'm going to take a break until after 5. Hey, Jay Crafter. Hey, Ragnar. What's the question? I have made a small project in Golang and React. Would be fine with you if I can share the GitHub repo URL so people can check it out. I mean, on the Discord would be a good place to put that kind of thing. We have like a promote your stuff or like a feedback thread. Here in chat, probably not ideal. All right. So this is something that I've been working on, and it's got me pretty stressed out because it's quite a critical feature, and if I do it wrong, it's critical. It's hard to validate, but it's also incredibly important, and I can't afford to put it off any longer. It has to be right today. So let's think about what the problem is. I'll explain it pretty quickly. So I have a bunch of save conditions in the game. And when things get saved, they contribute obviously to the save progress of the game. They go into the save file, into the path, and that's fine. There are things that can happen that if you, say, die midway through a tutorial sequence in a dungeon, you need to start back again at the beginning of that sequence And the quest flags that I have in the game that track the progress of that sequence need to be reset. So it's fine that it saves. Well, I guess the question is, what distinction do we want to have, or how do we want to explain what happens when there are those kinds of things? Do we want them to not save, or save temporarily in a way that can get erased, or get overwritten by the old save when you die? There's 3 different scenarios there, so I probably want to, write them out loud here. So this is the main question. What happens when temporary progress needs to be lost? What should happen? Okay, so it's basically A is keep, it's like roll back the specific track and roll back the specific flags relating to the progress. Keep inventory, keep the rest of the save data the same. This means consumables used in a boss fight get spent Okay. That is the concern, Kyle. Exactly. It's the fact that if you don't do a feature like this, you end up soft locking the game because the player can have certain amounts of progress preserved that's out of sync with where they load from. So the point is, the temporary progress needs to be lost, and we need to find the correct implementation for how to do that. So B, just overwrite the save file with an older instance. So two major options here. It's really just these two, I think. I can't really describe alternatives. So either can't you use flags to do B-4 before overwrite? Well, the whole point is that the whole point is that you would not want to. They're kind of like two philosophical differences. One is like make the game forget so that you never soft lock it. Or the other one is try to track the progress across deaths. It's really philosophically the difference between when you die, do you have to load from a save or does the game continue through death? That's really the question. And different games do this differently. Like, I think when you die in the original Kingdom Hearts, you load from save. Whereas like in a game like Dark Souls, death is a part of the game. So dying is not, you don't reload from save when you die in Dark Souls. You just load at the last checkpoint. In Insignia, I think being a kind of classically framed game, I think saving from disk loading from disk when you die is the right choice. It's the more classic retro way of approaching it. So I've kind of already decided on what I want. It just means that I have to also, like, to do this means also losing a bunch of things. For example, if you use 5 potions in a boss fight and then you die, you still have the 5 potions if you do it this way, because you roll back to before you spent them. It's really just, is dying, is that a rewind? Do you reload an old save state or do you continue? That's the only question, really. This is cleaner. It's just less robust. And you can do things across the two. You can sort of, save. You can inject flags into the old save file so that some things get preserved and some things don't. I just don't like that strategy very much because it means that the valid space of what a save file can have in it is a bit muddy. It means I just have to be careful about what the player, what is considered like recordable or transferable. Botch Hub says, overall brick placement and coloring. Brick structure. In general, just like bricks? Yeah, here it is. I'll give it to you in 10 seconds. Okay? Let's say I have a brick wall. For some reason I can't drag or click. Okay. I always just put the bricks on the seams. Just like that. I don't worry about the internal textures. Sometimes I might do a little bit of something. You just indicate that it is brick shaped. At least that's what I do in my games. But you don't close the shapes. Less is more. I was interested in art first. All right, so I'm focusing, everybody. So I think this is the right approach. The challenge is that when I load, I need a save path to load from, and I need to preserve that. And the game data technically doesn't really track its path. It has a name, but it doesn't have a path. So the path really should come from there's no stored path either. So when I load from the save select screen, for example, it should be more straightforward in general to implement that. Yeah, it should be. So when I'm here and I pick one of these, how do I actually know if I've pushed the button or not? What am I checking here? Ah, there. Select focus save. Okay. So this just calls load game on the game data with the path. It actually provides the path. Data file name equals save path. Okay, so this is public static string data file name. So this is persistent. Okay. So then load last save instead should do something like data path, data, what did I call that? Data file name. Now, this save path, what does this get used for? Pretty much nothing. So the idea would be that, otherwise, I mean, it does set here. It would be cool if we could generate the game data from the save path in this moment, which is done with the save select menu. Save select screen. So when we do this, when we load saves, this is it here. And it's really just here. So this maybe should be somewhere more statically accessible. It's just like what we do to load a save file. So maybe it's like, let's just grab this and we'll put it up here for now, because I think it's not exactly the same. So we'll just try to do it. Yep. So it's literally this, and then this goes here. With that. Okay. That seems pretty straightforward. If the data file name has a file at its destination. Oh, Armin is in every level, and I place him at the spawn point, basically at the door for every level. So like I load into a level, I find the prefab for Armin, and then I place it at the entrance to the door that he's supposed to have walked through. All of his information is stored not on the character object, stored in the player progress, the save file. So the inventory, the health, all that stuff. Hey, Jump. Wow, congrats. Good stuff. Azakyeva says, personal question, how much money do you got from loading all of this? Not that much. Just enough to keep doing it. All right. Now, when we load game, does this do anything? Yeah, it loads the scene. So let's try it. I'd be pretty happy if this works. I'm mostly concerned that it won't work because we aren't saving. What needs to happen is basically when we start the game, the editor save needs to jump in. So like editor, engine, editor save, load editor progress state here. And then when it does this, it needs to basically save path, game system, save path. So there's like an editor save, editor path, editor, save manager, editor path. Yeah, so editor path gets used when there is no valid save path and we are in the editor. Then path is that. Path gets pulled out when we get valid save path, which is when we save the game. And when we do that, the save name becomes the editor save name. But this game system data file is not stored here. So let's see if we can log the data file and see if it gets brought up here. Null. Okay, so then if we die here, it's not going to be great for us. Do you sell your games? What do you do with them? I'm planning on selling them. Yeah. This is a big one that I'm working on, and I'm hoping to make a lot of money from it one day when I sell it. The previous games that I've made have been free. Okay. So this is our problem, which is when we go engine and we load from progress state. There's a bunch of jam games you can play on itch.io, and you can play my game Arrowbound on the Google Play Store. Okay, so when we do this, we add a bunch of logs, but I'm not convinced of this. Why are we not using a data file for this? Why are we just doing whatever? If it's null, then we should do this, and then we should set up the file name. Now we've got editor save. Man just got back up. Now that's actually not the file name that we wanted. Editor save name becomes editor save. I wanted editor save path. That's what I wanted. Maybe that didn't go. Let's try that again. Okay, now we've got something. Whoa. So that's not bad. It could have been much worse. Let's go back to engine. And when we load this thing, I think we really want to write. What is get save game? I wonder. This is going to get the editor save path when we do that. Maybe that's good enough there. We save on load. No. Little bit complicated. I think ideally what I should really be doing here, rather than setting a bunch of what this is currently doing is going through a progress state, and it's just assigning a bunch of stuff to the game. But I think instead it should actually be loading. It should be generating a game data, and it should be storing that game data into the editor save path when we do this. And I was hoping that this would do that. So like this, we have a data file. That's where all this stuff goes. When we go to quest flag log, that's a game data quest flag log. So we're inside of game data. When we load progress state. Oh, that's interesting. Wait a second. This is, what the heck? Ah, do we call that on something? Wait. Oh, we load in the progress on an existing game data file. I don't like that. No, that sucks. No. No, instead it should be like generate, yeah, a save file. Maybe like this thing could do it. Could have a public static, or even just public void generate. In fact, why isn't the backing variable for this? Wait a second. Why isn't the backing variable for this just a serializable game data file? What's wrong with me? Why did I recreate this thing? Maybe this is before I had serializable game data files. I feel like we've just reached an important moment here. There are too many different kinds of things that store save data for the purpose of editing and tooling and stuff. This progress state kind of shouldn't even exist, really, other than to be maybe a wrapper class for a serializable game data file. Right? At which point I shouldn't even have to do any of this stuff. Okay. Can I draw default inspector at the end? I do not. Oh, I do draw default inspector at the end. Oh. Yeah, here it is. So now, realistically, all of this stuff could be used to store basically everything that I'm already storing up here. Like progress, it's just a bunch of quest flags. The only difference is that a progress state is designed to contain everything you could possibly do in the game, and then let you like toggle that stuff on and off. Like this is like, it's like there is a thing called a keratin whatever, or like an iron ingot. How many do you want when you load in? As opposed to this game data is like, that's what I actually have. So maybe instead of having one be serialized all the time, we can generate one. I mean, it's fine. I can see maybe why I would want to do this. It does feel like triple handling, but now, do I want to generate a serializable game data or a game data? I think a game data would be, well, you can get one from the other. Maybe a serializable? And is this a struct? It's a class. The problem is you always need a game data to generate one. You could say default. When you do that, then you get a bunch of empty everything. Who knows what happens then? Yeah, because it's going to be null. So for this to work, man, it feels so backwards. Is there... Oh, there is a concern that when a patch comes out, 1.1, and a flag is added or retired, old saves need to gracefully handle missing or corrupt fields. This is all handled with JSON data. But yeah, I'm familiar with the issue. Did you ever make an FPS? Nope. Not really interested. So what do we want to happen here? This progress state already has all the info. It's really this process that I would want to replace, I suppose. Maybe I would want to generate a save data with it. We're inside of game data. I don't mind putting something like this here, but have it be static. Or be where we were generating it from a progress state. Why would I do this? Okay, that's pretty straightforward. So now, instead of this, we say we do that. But there are other things we need to do. Like, we need to set the save scene. Because I don't think we're storing a scene. So, I've been programming since 2008, I guess. I think we should probably pass in a scene. There are other things there we'd also need to do, but for now, that's okay. Let's go back here. And pass that in. Okay. Lots of errors. Oh, not lots of errors. No errors. Let's recompile and see if we can get it going. Yeah. So Kyle Lusney on YouTube was describing in the chat that, you know, what do we do when we change the game, we add DLC, and there are quest flags that don't align with what the old versioning of the game is. So the way that it works right now is it used to be really ugly to try to edit that kind of stuff because I was using a binary formatted system. Now I just use a JSON array. So the JSON array says, okay, this is my save file, and the save file has flags, right? This is also an array, and the flags merely contain the GUIDs, a bunch of GUIDs for the flags that we have, and then a Boolean if they've been set to true or false. Otherwise, we expect if there are flags that are not stored here, that are stored in the game data somewhere, that we assume them to be false, basically. So if there's some other GUID that we've added in a DLC, and then we try to add it to the save file, there's no problem here. It's just a dictionary. We can always add a new GUID. But if we are checking this against the save data and we don't find it, we just say, well, it's false because we don't have it. So that's how it works. The other question of like, well, what if this changes? Well, it shouldn't change. If it changes, I've done something terribly wrong. I don't really support that as a case, modifying the GUIDs of game flags in the game. So the problem here is that we are trying to save the game, but I don't think we can technically save it yet. So what if we just don't do that right now? What if we just run the game? Hey, look at that. We loaded up from the beginning. And we don't have a weapon. Because we didn't store that, I guess, in the save data. Did we have one to begin with? Oh, we don't. Okay. Oh, we literally don't have one at all in this save file. But I've got combat unlocked here, so it's actually not loading correctly. Okay, well, let's see if it's doing anything. Nope. Nope. We got hot reload on? We do. YouTube does not pay a lot. You have to be very, very successful to make a lot of money on YouTube. It's not an easy job, what I'm doing. It's very hard. Wow, literally nothing. Okay. Oh, hang on a second. Wait, but data file name should be null. Here it says, no, we're loading from editor save. This might just be because we've got static stuff that's locked behind the thing. $268K sub count. You make it look easy. I mean, it's been the better part of a decade doing stuff like that. And being financially safe during that process has not been easy. It's been, I mean, I haven't been. I've been really, there are real major things that I've had to sacrifice in my life because of this. Okay, so the problem here is that at least with the play mode options set to false, this editor save string, this data file name, doesn't get reset. Is there any way that we can... Cool. All right. So the next thing is that we want to be able to give the player this weapon. Which we can't do yet. Am I Lebanese? Oh, very good. I am Lebanese. What happens when you delete some fields from the game data? So the code looks for a place to put, but it doesn't exist anymore. I wouldn't do that. I mean, that would be bad. You shouldn't delete fields if they're part of what the game is depending on. You know, it's like you're trying to build a house, right? If you put a column and then you build the house on top of the column, you can't ask the question, what happens if you move the column? It's like, well, you built the house on it. So what do you think's going to happen? I think it's one of those things where like, I think a lot of early devs, like young developers, junior developers, have this thing of like, I need to be able to back my way out of every corner. Every commitment that I make in the code that I write, every dependency needs to be changeable. But it's like, no, some things, some definitions, you make them and then they're set forever. Make sure you make them good because you want to build the rest of the game on top of that. You need to be able to depend on the fact that it's never going to change. So setting a foundation and being like, well, that's it now. Like, this is how this data structure is defined. Like, yeah. I mean, like, there are just certain things, like being able to know, for example, the fact that the game stores the last scene that the player was in when the save file runs. Well, what am I going to do if should I really be changing all the scene names, you know, after the games come out? It's like, well, maybe I could write some patch that takes the old names and converts them to the new names if your save file has the old name in it of some scene. But like, why do I want to support that as a workflow? Do you know what I mean? That's important. It's this other thing of like checking for null. A lot of the time people, they want to make sure that you catch the null case so that it doesn't throw an exception if something is not properly populated. But it's like, hang on a second. You want it to throw the error so that you can fix the error. You know, it's like you've got a baby and the baby is crying and you go, how do I soundproof my doors in my house so that I don't hear my baby crying? It's like, no, you should hear the baby crying if the baby is crying so you can help the baby. Okay. Wait. Well, how come I can't open it? Very interesting. Oh. No, I actually have never worked with an employer as a programmer, only as a designer. The programming came that was more like a hobby. Okay, so this thing here, try equip weapon, game system, but this is like gonna change the game data here. Oh, I see. But I'm inside of game data. So why do I need to do that? Why can't I just do this? I'm not in a static space. What's wrong with this? Add to accessory inventory. I'm inside of gear data. Oh, I see. Well, why do I need to do that? That's a good question. Why is try equip weapon part of gear data? That doesn't make any sense. This should be part of... Where are we? Game system dot data. Anytime we mention that, this is in the wrong spot. So this is in the wrong spot. This is in the wrong spot. What else? 11. Oh no. Oh no. Where does this get called? Oh no. Oh, that's a lot of dependencies. Why am I not using cursor? Because I don't want to. I don't know. Sometimes I use Copilot, sometimes I don't. Okay, well, frick. So the problem is we're passing this weapon into the current game data. There should only really be one at a time, but we're actually building a game data that's not set to this yet. So when we do this, we're actually just like populating the wrong save file with this information. So actually what we would want to do is go to the actual game data class, which is the one that is outside of this, which is here. And then see, I was trying to compartmentalize some of this stuff. Maybe, I mean, we could, wait, this is a struct, right? No, it's a class. Okay. We could have a reference to the game data that owns it. Like, and then that way we just inject it in. Dependency injection. The problem is when we do this, we also need to pass in the dependency. It would be nice if we didn't have to do that, such that we always had an object that we're referencing called game data. My concern there is that when we create a gear data, oh, it doesn't have a constructor. Well, I feel like we need a constructor with a game data called data, and then data equals data. Get rid of this, and then say public game data. Then we don't have to pass this in. Then we don't have to pass this in either. And everywhere that we write game system.data inside of gear data, we just instead say now data. We're talking about our parent. The only thing I'm concerned about here is that we might not be able to deserialize this correctly. Also, like, what are we doing here? Where are we? We're inside of game data. Why are we calling this? Bro. Bad dependencies. So check item. Again, we are in this function, my man. This class, we're in the class. We don't need to target it. Okay, that's pretty good. But we now have to pass that to that. Am I Australian? Yep. I don't really have anything against people using AI to write code. In terms of like, I don't hate the tool, but I don't trust most people to have a good sense of discipline about how they should be using the tool. I think there is a distinct difference between AI as a tool, i.e. as a force multiplier on your own skill, versus a crutch that replaces you. I think most people probably don't have the discipline to make that distinction. Or a better way to put it would be, it's human nature to not care about the distinction. I think naturally people will use the crutch. It takes a lot of wisdom to say, actually, I want to be a good programmer, even if it makes me a little bit slower today. I will choose to write this code myself, or I will choose to use AI in a way that only enhances what I'm doing rather than replaces me. It's like really hard to think that way. It's the same thing as like, do we need to know how to do long division? And then the teacher says, you won't have a calculator in your pocket every day. And then we have calculators in our pockets every day. So like, why does anyone need to learn how to do long division? The challenge there is like, well, it's probably important that you can do long division. That's probably going to be useful for you. But beyond that, I think the real danger when it comes to AI and code is that long division is not a creative enterprise. It's purely operational. But writing code, making games, making software is creative. And the idea that a tool would just replace your creative decision making about what something should be, that's dangerous. Because now it's like, why would you be creating something if you weren't in charge of all of the creative decisions? Why are you interested in making anything if you don't want to be the one making the decisions about what it should be? So, and I find that the people who are capable of making things on their own without AI, those are the people who I trust the most to use AI in a way that doesn't degrade their creativity. Whereas if you're not an artist and you generate some art with AI, like, are you really gonna, like, how well are you gonna direct it? You know, how should I trust you to know what feedback to give the AI if you're not even an artist yourself? Now, it doesn't have to be that way. It's possible you could be an amazing director and have no technical skills. Possible, but on aggregate, probably not probable. I don't think it's probable. Therefore, I think what tends to happen is that when you lower the skill ceiling, when you lower the skill floor of content creation through AI, you just get a lot of slop. You just get a lot of crap. That's the problem. You get some good stuff too, for sure. But everybody suffers a little bit on average for the slop, which is then like, well, like, we want good programmers. We want most people to be good programmers. We want most games to be made by good game designers. Do we really want most games to be made by bad developers and bad designers and have 10 times the amount of games? And have them be more generic? Yeah, I wouldn't be so fast to call it plagiarism inherently. Again, like most code the reason why it works is because it's repetitive, right? Like thousands of people have written something basically like this. And that's why Copilot works. So to an extent, it's not original. If it was purely original, generative AI wouldn't be able to do it. But that's the tricky part. So I got the sword, that's good. That loaded from the save file correctly. If I have 1 HP, I die. I reload from the checkpoint. I load correctly. I don't have the sword. That's bad. That's no good. And my concern is something along the lines of, if I play the game, I'm going to have to like load from... Oops. Yeah, I don't have the weapon. Did I make it public in gear data? And is that a circular reference? Is that bad? Murderface says, I see diehard anti-AI are the equivalent of traditional artists getting mad at Photoshop and digital painters for not using pen and paper. See, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. Because Photoshop does not output paintings. Same thing with like photography. Maybe there are people who have an issue with photography, who are traditional painters. Maybe back in the day that was a thing. But photography does not replace paintings. It's not the same artifact. That said, you could say that photography eroded the art of traditional painting. Maybe there's less of a need for us to have painters. Maybe there's a bit of a race to the bottom. I mean, photography is worth basically nothing today. The difference is, I think, it has to do with like what you do with them. Like, what's the function? If you're just trying to realistically render a landscape that you're seeing in front of you, sure. If you were just trying to copy one-to-one, photography replaces painting in that regard. But there's a whole bunch of expression and value in painting that photography doesn't have any concern with. that probably is a little bit lost because of how much less prolific painting is as a pastime. And now I guess the question is, if you want to think about it this way, what is the outcome of a world where everybody vibe codes? And is that a world that you want to live in? That's the question. That's it. What's the outcome? I don't think it's about morals. I don't think it's about like elitism. I don't think it's about getting butthurt that like you put all this time into developing a skill and now everybody else has access to it. I don't think it's about gatekeeping. I think it's just like, is this a nice place to be? If nobody knows how to write code and everybody is in charge of code they can't write or review, just what does that end up? Where do we end up with that? Like, do we want? It's not just democratizing. Like if the AI phenomenon was, instead of it being an AI thing, if this was about the Matrix, and rather than prompting an AI to do something for you, you're actually downloading a skill into your own brain. If that's what the AI phenomenon was, like, oh, we figured out how to download skills into our own brain. Now everybody's an amazing programmer. I think that's different than what this is. Because like, then I could kind of justify getting like, I think it would be silly to be an elitist in that world. Because it's like, well, we're just getting better paintings now, you know, and it just means we get more great art, and people are more intelligent. They have more agency about what they want to create, blah, blah, blah. You probably could say that. You could probably still give a criticism there. But that's a far cry from where we are, where it's like, no, what we're doing is it's like fast food. It's like democratizing restaurants. It's like, hang on a second. If we're all eating shitty fast food and the net health of all the people is going down, is that better, even if it's cheaper? It's like, oh, look, and now anybody can eat at a restaurant. But yeah, but what a restaurant is going down when you do that. And now the restaurants, the mom and pop restaurants, i.e. the developers who make small things, can't afford to be competitive in the market anymore. So instead what you get, I think what it does is it means that you mass produce, you have a wide economic incentive for mass production. So like high quantity, low quality. You get a lot of that. And then you get a very spiky, small thing for premium. High quality, low quantity. And that's what the market looks like. And I don't think I want to live in that market for software. I mean, the internet is already like this, where like there are like 3 websites and everyone just posts everything on the 3 websites. There's no mid-sized video hosting platforms. You know, there's no small websites anymore. There are only the big ones. And there might be a couple of websites that people go to, but everything else is like, it's like 3 websites, right? It's like Vimeo, YouTube. That's it. one of the Chinese ones. You know, I think the world is better when we have something that feels more like this. In general, like I just think a more gentle curve. You think of this as like in every industry. Like imagine like appliances, clothing, entertainment. This is all better if you have different things at different price points at different availabilities in a nice natural curve. Like, because you can spend a little bit of money and get something decent quality. You can spend basically nothing and get crap. You can spend a ton of money and get amazing quality. And if you're a company making things, you can shift your company between these phases. You can choose to scale up, you can choose to scale down. It allows for fluidity in the market. But if you're in this market, it's like, if you're not Best Buy, what kind of retailer are you? Could you create your own, what's the American, we called it Tandy here, but like something car radio? Like you couldn't really make a mom and pop everyday tech shop today in America. Radio Shack. Yeah. You can't really start a Radio Shack business today unless you want to charge really high prices, because you're just going to get undercut by Best Buy or whoever. Same thing with like game distribution. Like, are you really going to be like, or like a bookshop? You can't create a bookshop today because you're competing with Amazon. How do you do that? So there's no flow between high value and high quantity. It's just one or the other at the extremes. And these become so out of the everyday people's reach that like economic class has become more disparate. So you get people who can only afford to eat fast food, and you get people who are so rich that they could afford anything they want. But you don't have people in the middle who are just like average income earners who have some nice things. Like fashion, I feel like, is becoming this way. You know, it's like, I just want to buy nice leather shoes. I want to spend like $200 on like a really nice pair of leather shoes, but I don't want to spend $1,000 on leather shoes. And I don't want to spend $60 for fake leather. I want to spend a reasonable amount of money for good leather boots that will last me 5 years. But you can't get that. You can get shitty leather shoes that are fake that'll last you 6 months, and you can spend a ton of money for a designer brand that who knows what the quality is. There are points of difference, but they're kind of, I feel like, on trend, few and far between. Well, this is the thing. Indie games as an enterprise, if we take the same analogy to indie games and AAA, I think we're in a bit of a... The game dev industry is still in this position where it's very, very, very hard to... Well, no. I mean, it's like that in the mobile market. The mobile market looks like this, right? You've got like a bunch of mobile sort of ad-driven slop. Then you've got like one or two like gacha monolith giants. And everything else is like, if you are an indie mobile game dev, good luck. How do you work your way between this? It's hard to do. It's hard to be a local success as a game developer. Like, your games are played by people who are near where you live. You know what I mean? I don't know. So that's the fear for me. It's less about like, oh no, people get to make whatever they want. I'm mad at that. It's not like that. It's more just like, well, what does the world end up as when we do this? Where do we end up? It's hard. It's really hard for me to validate this. I don't know how to test it. Okay, so here's my editor save. Do I store the game data? Oh, I don't store it because it's not serializable. Oh, hang on a second. Wait. Wait a second. The editor save is a JSON file. The JSON file has a gear here. That's the gear. Gear needs to have a reference to... Oh, it's not serialized right now anyway. Damn. That's really bad too. Okay. So I don't know if I can rely on this. Can we simplify maybe? Or maybe it's to do with the serialization. Yes, but serializable game data dot gear is a regular gear data? Huh. Serializable game data has a gear data, which is a class that's serializable. And it has a public game data, which is also serializable. I feel like it creates a circular reference. I feel like it's not good. But at the same time, how else do we create this? If we deserialize it, that can happen, which is probably not very good. Is that valid? Can you serialize circular? No, probably not. Would you rather attempt strictly vibe coding a game in Unity or attempt no engine game dev with vibes optional? No engine. I think. Over strictly vibe coding. Strictly vibe coding would kill me. All right, can we back off on the politics, please? Okay, I think we can't do this. In which case we have to supply it every time, which sucks, but that's kind of the way it is. So every function that's going to do this gonna have to paste it in there. Oh, it's absolutely painful. Wait, can this? That's absolutely terrible. That's going to cause me so much turmoil later. But I have to do it. 12. 12 could be worse. Two left. Ah, man. I mean, this just feels like try equip weapon should just exist in game system.data. And then just get rid of this. And then you don't need this anymore. Nor do you need that. Well, you might need that, but it's this at that point. And then it's that. Because why would you do that? You know? Why would you do that? You're gonna target an object by referencing an object just to pass the object back into the one that you referenced? What are we? Even that feels bad. Wait a second. I shouldn't have to do that. Okay. Cool. All right. So we load in here. We've got a sword. We go to a different scene. Go back to this scene. Go back out of this scene. We quit. We start. We go to the save select. We load the editor save. We still have the sword. And we got some money. Nice. It actually worked. Did I solve it? Okay, I'm going to take this quest. Quest gotten. Quit. Close. I don't think quit saves, so that might not have worked. Oh. Nope, it saved. Cool. Oh, because getting the quest saves. Amazing. Well, I feel like that's good. The only challenge now is, can we handle this properly? So we are going to run into this cutscene. And then we're going to die on purpose. Come at me, bro. You missed. Okay. Reload the checkpoint. And I mean, have we got that flag? That's the real question. So right now, we actually don't have the flag. I think it's Hugo Hunden. So if I somehow like teleported myself over there, I mean, I got the scene wrong, but that's fine. If I went through here and went through here and loaded back into the scene, it would play again. So let's try this again. Let's see if I can leave this scene and then come back. Maybe I come down here and go through here. Come back in. I run in. Do a fight. And then I want to die straight away. Please kill me. Whoop. Okay. I reload the checkpoint and I'm here again. Good. And when I run in, do we reset exactly where we were? Nice. Nailed it. Okay, that's great. The only thing is this didn't reset, but that's okay. That's great. Do I have any items? That'll be really good to test as well. I can go get some, I think. Okay, got some cheese, yeah? So we leave here. It saves. I got the cheese. They're called Huns. They are the Hunden. It's a collective noun. It's what race he is. That's not his name. We got the cheese. So if I eat the cheese and then die, do I get the cheese back? That's important. Old man is a... No, it's not his name. That's the thing. These are descriptions. If there's someone who's not given a name, it means that their name is hidden from us. We don't know what their name is. It's not that I just called him old man and that's what his name is in the game. And we got the cheese back. Nice. So it works. The reload works just fine, actually. Like, the old man has a name, we just don't know it. So to us, he is just an old man. Okay. So because we got the cheese, that means that the system is working correctly. I'm very happy with that. I was concerned that was going to take us literally all day. And we got it done with half an hour remaining. We just need to solve one other problem with it, which is that boss health bar on scene load needs to go away. When it gets elements from various mythologies, it's pretty. I am the authority on what kinds of things it borrows from, and I don't want to spoil certain aspects of the game. So, like, there are specific cultures from which certain things borrow, certain civilizations, not because of, well, it's sort of like a connection that I want to make. That's not an allegory, but it's sort of like it should feel like this. Yes, that is by design. Exactly. Yeah. Like the way that I've gone about it is kind of similar to how J.R.R. Tolkien names his characters in his world, where it's like, this is taking place in a universe that's parallel to ours. It's not the same Earth. These aren't the same things. These aren't humans and whatever. But as the person translating this story to an audience, I am going to name things in a way that they can relate to. So, like, and then there are a bunch of rules about that universe and how that universe works, how language works in that universe, that I'm trying to translate for English readers. So, for example, in this world, all of the animal species, that many of them are intelligent species. Humans are intelligent. Hunden dogs are intelligent. There are cats that are intelligent, pigs, all these different races of animals that are equally intelligent, or at least pretty similar. There are also dogs that are domestic dogs. Just like we have like domestic, you can have a monkey, and we are humans who are intelligent. And so there is this pattern with the naming conventions where every race that is a civilization has en at the end of their name. So human in this world is called human. That's not human, it's human. Huns, the dogs, are called hunden. Cats are called hithen. Pigs are called Hoggen. And so there's all these different races, but they all end with en. But that's not what those races are called to those races. That's what the humans call those races. So like the humans call themselves human, and they call the dogs Hunden, and they call the cats Hithen. But those races have their own languages and call themselves different things. And the human race in this world, their capital, they only live on one continent, and the capital of that continent currently has a Germanic influenced government. Like the people who are the crown, the king, those people are ethnically among the humans like Western looking. So they have all of the cities near to the capital are more Austrian, German, Swiss looking. And their naming conventions are that as well. And so the common tongue in this universe, in this world that the humans speak, a lot of the place names and architecture and naming structure is Germanic in this region where the capital, near where the capital is. But as you go further west, further east, it changes. So in the next region over, this is where the capital is, or this is like near it. In the next region over, it's more English and French, like more Southwest European. So this place is called Chevaton, which is like French. All of them, because it's an English game, all of the place names end with English suffixes. So like Oren, that's a German prefix. It means ear. Stead is English. It means like farmstead. Whereas like Chevaton that's a French word, or it's close to a French word. And then ton is an English suffix for a place name for a town. If you keep going, you end up in a place called, all the way on the edge of the world, here is Ustawik. Usta is a word in a European language. You can guess which one it is. I don't know how many of you know it. And wick is an English suffix. So that's how I do it. But not every culture has the same. I mean, the common tongue in the English-speaking world is this English-German kind of influence, but it's different in different places because there's also time here. So they're like colonial era sort of English and German, but in their past is a different is different, a different culture. So the human race had a culture, just like our culture today. The dominant culture is Western right now in the Western world, but 1,000, 2,000 years ago, it was more Mediterranean, you know, like the Roman Empire, you know, was the dominant culture in the West 1,500 years ago. This is custom. So in the game, that's right, Rolex. Well, Rolex has it correctly on YouTube. Rolex says "Uste" means mouth in my language. So, does anybody see the connection between Orenstead, Chevaton? This place is called Nassau, and then this place is called Ustawik. That's right. Yeah, they're parts of a face. Yeah. So the world map. If we look at the closest thing I've got to a map, So if this, I don't think this is really accurate right now, but it's the closest thing I've got. It's kind of like, in fact, I do have something else. Let me just see if I can get that for you. No, not you. This. Okay. So here, that's like ear, hair, nose, mouth. So that's like the continent is a big face, and Orgagard is kind of like the brain. It's the capital. It's not like an actual perfect face or anything like that, but like the forest, you know, is it's like this. It's like the ear, the hair, the nose, mouth is like that way. Like I'm facing that way. So that's how the continent is structured. Or like, yeah, kind of like tilted back a little bit. But that's just the human continent. There are other ones too, but the game doesn't take place in those. All right, so we needed to solve something here. We needed to check. What was it? Oh yeah, when we die. I think a sequel wouldn't be out of the question. I don't know what role I would have in it. It would be hard. Maybe DLC. Maybe DLC. Okay, so we've got this issue where this health bar, this boss health bar, doesn't reset. But here, this boss life bar probably should have like an on destroy, or like maybe the boss manager. I'm gonna have to do something that I know is not gonna scale, but I have to do it for now. We don't have an on destroy. Okay. So on destroy, we want to, when we set up the boss behavior, life bar, set up. We need to call like a release. So now, this has to do something here where we basically reset it back to its default settings. So like, animate down to 0, force it to true, set active is false. Maybe that would just cut it straight away, but I'm sort of a little concerned about doing that right now. Life is null. We don't need any of this. We don't need that. We don't need any of that. So something like that, I guess, would be what we would do. Let's make sure we have compiled because that's a new function. Yeah, there's a lot. I wish I could share with you some of the layers of the story that I want to share. The problem is my biggest challenge and I find this happens to me a lot, is for all of the lore and the value and the layers of story that I want to share, if the game's not literally fun to play, you won't ever care about any of that stuff. You're not going to enjoy it. I won't get a chance to tell you that story. So it's so important that I make the game fun and good so that I get a chance to tell my story. That the story it's not even close to being, it's not relevant. If the story is like all of those layers, they're basically not relevant. And I really want to get to that point where I can have all those depth layers and, do something really fun. But I don't know. I have to get the chance to do that. I have to prove to you that it's worth it. I don't know what this GUI utility.process event is. But it fails 8 times and then doesn't stop me from continuing. So all I know is that this now works exactly the way that I want it to, for the most part. What happens if we go to Harriet? That's the other real concern, is that the main boss won't run properly. Because the scene that let's go late demo progress. And let's go Smith syllabus has been found already, so we can basically just go up and talk to her. Skipping cutscenes is the next part. If I pause here, yeah. I think I need an alternate pause menu for when you're inside of a cutscene. Let's start committing this now. Adds reworks save system to allow for loading from old saves on death. Okay. Now, do I have a cutscene scene menu? I don't think I do. But it's basically the same thing as the game over menu. If we go to it, let's go and figure out what we want to do differently. So I think it's just something that looks like this that says skip cutscene and return. Return. Resume and skip cutscene. I think is what we want. All right. I don't think it needs a background. Okay. And this is a text mesh pro UI text, and it says cut scene paused. Scene paused. And this is going to be in the Insignia TMP font, center aligned, dead center. I guess like this. And then I guess I'll put it, I don't know, I suppose there. Hey, thanks for the follow. I didn't see who that was, but thank you. Oh, we need to do a bit of a fix here. One sec. This, and then this, and then this, and then this is that. Back to there. Done. Cool. So now we have a thing called contents or options, and this becomes a empty, remove that, vertical layout group, middle center or upper center, off. This is okay. This is nope. What does this look like? Retry, help, quit, pause, continue, skip scene. Yeah, I think that's probably better. And this is there, and that's continue. Yeah. Maybe just paused. What does the game over menu look like? These are, oh, that's not very good. Why would I pick that font? At least Apollo. Or instead in-game is better. And then this needs to be like dead center of the screen, I think. Middle center at 0. But I would prefer if this was all arranged that way. So that maybe it was like this, and this just happened to have like a big height offset or something like that. And then this was, yeah, but that's not going to be. All right, well, Something like that, I guess, would be appropriate. Okay, so back to this. Oh, these were double sized. That's why that worked. 32. Still pretty big. How big are these things? Oh, no, they're not. They're 16. Okay, well, 16 it is. How big is this? That should be 32. Sorry. I did mute. I will probably play Night Rain. Strangely, I'm not very excited for it. I don't know why. It just doesn't excite me, the idea of playing it. I'm sort of curious, but I'm not like excited. That's where I'm at. Oh, I'm a doofus. I don't even know if I really need a script for this thing. I guess I need functions. Wait, what? Why do I have this? Everything that's a context layer? Oh my gosh. Do I need a setter? I do. All right. Now you've got one. I don't know what this is for. Why do I have this? Okay, well, you are going to return default. Hey, thanks for the gifted subs, Moonsty. 10 gifted subs, that's awesome. Thank you so much. Hey, I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Oh my god, really? Oh my god, really? Why would I have two getters and setters for no reason like that? We'll never know. And we'll never know. So on continue, we just want to like close the menu. Let's go to like game menu and then, or like pause menu. On close, what does this do? Disable. Context. Doesn't even mention context. I use Visual Studio Code. So I guess this is its own thing. Wait, the game over menu doesn't have its own menu? What? That's weird. Wait, what? Oh, this is what a menu controller has. Right, so as long as I have a menu controller, then I should get access to all of the stuff that I want here anyway. Yeah. That's right. So here, I just need a menu controller, plug that in there, and then its first focus is always going to be continue. Or actually, it should be options. No, options doesn't have one. And then options here, up and down are focus nearest up and focus nearest down. All right. Well, there's your cutscene menu. They all have canvases inside of them. I guess I could just move it. Okay. So then on the game engine, we can grab our cutscene menu and place it right here. And its position should be 0. Always. Okay. So now in the game engine, I guess we want a reference to it so that we can turn it on. Now, how are we going to know if we're in a cutscene? Jeez. Let's say it's true all the time. You would use an observer pattern. I don't know what you mean by that in this context. Yes, but we're talking about two separate. You've got two menus now. Where on pause, this cutscene menu doesn't start when a cutscene starts. The cutscene menu starts when the player presses the start button. And if you're in a cutscene, one of these takes control, the cutscene menu. And if you're not in a cutscene, the game menu takes over. Smallfix is in cutscene. What did I do here? You think I should put a capital? Yeah, that's fair. So the thing is, we'd have to have both of these two things observing the same thing. But this thing has no... This thing shouldn't really care what a cutscene is. So instead, I just have one system that's calling the correct one on a condition. But I think, I mean, it's fair to be able to say, well, is that condition, who is observing the condition? I'm not sure. I mean, I need to figure out what the condition should be first. That's why I've just got set it to true at the moment. Because, like, what does it mean to be in a cutscene that you can skip? I think we can check Armin's... if we're in a sequence where Armin doesn't have control, I think we can do that, but that's also held in this singleton, so we should be able to check it. Is in dialogue is pretty close. I'm just not sure if that's exactly what is correct. Yeah, I'm not... This is all pretty old code, I should also be clear. So it's a bit dicey. There's a lot of spaghetti here. I'm just trying to not cause too many tremors. I just want to get in, do my little menu, and get the hell out of here. I do code. Yeah, of course I do. All right, so let's go and plug that in. We should have a game over menu. What was it? Cutscene menu. Cut. Where are you, buddy? It's it's statically accessible, so it's not. We're not going to see it this way. I think we make it not statically accessible. We should be fine. Yeah, for time, that's the thing. I just got to get out of here. It's not great. I hate having to do it, but otherwise you end up refactoring to infinity. You never make a game. Okay, there it is. Okay, so there is my cutscene menu. It goes here. Now, I should just have it when I pause all the time. Hey, first try. Does it move? Oh, yeah. Okay, but I don't have any functions for these. Pretty good. Pretty good. All right. So now on my game cutscene menu, these need forward options. And they need to be both. The cutscene menu is plugged in there. On continue, it's cutscene menu dot continue, and on skip cutscene, it's cutscene menu dot skip cutscene. Now we can define what those things do. So it should just be menu.close menu for continue. And then skip cutscene should be something that I've not yet defined. So this is really tough. It's really tough because let's start like pseudocoding out what it is, or even going into Figma for a second talking about it. Okay, so what's in a skipped cutscene? What's in a skipped cutscene, chat? Okay. So, here's what we're going to talk about. First thing is, cutscene isn't a real thing in Insignia. Insignia has sequences, which have... Hello. Okay, what time do you want to eat?
Whenever, literally.
I will have to work. I have so many tasks. I feel really bad about it, but that's where I'm at. I don't mind, like, I'd like to hang out later when I'm sort of further. I could pause to eat.
Hopefully you could.
Well, you got such a pretty face, so I'd rather look at that than all this text, all these people are typing at me. So, I would like...
Give me options.
Okay. McDonald's.
Macca's.
Thai.
If we get Thai, I don't want it from the same place we got it.
Chicken feels a bit... I don't really want fried, like charcoal chicken. I don't want that. I'm not getting KFC. They say pizza.
Nah, veto.
I don't want pizza. What about something different? Oh, Fried Brothers or kebab?
How is any of that different?
Well, it's not different.
We get them every week.
Okay.
Kebab's not open
Oh yeah. Well, it would be right now, wouldn't it?
for like 10 more minutes. I think they close early.
Greek?
What do you want? I said you. What do you want? You want Macca's? Let's do Macca's.
Do you?
Yeah.
You'll have it?
Yeah.
All right. Except, man, I don't like these. It doesn't taste nice.
Yeah.
I don't
Adam,
feel like any soft drink tonight.
Adam, I said earlier in the day I didn't like
I
these.
lied when I said I liked them.
You kind of got like...
Yeah, I lied. I was tired.
Just agree with me sometimes.
I was tired and grumpy, and I was contrarian, and I feel bad about it. I
They're
don't like them.
yucky.
They're yucky. They suck.
Like, they don't taste very different.
I hate them. I never want to drink one again.
They don't taste any different to me.
They taste
Yes,
the worst.
They do. They're worse.
So how to buy the river? They suggested.
Why did they suggest that?
I think because they know I live near Parramatta.
How many times
No, someone because they know I'm Lebanese and they know I live in Western Sydney.
Mm-hmm.
But we ate there last week, so no.
You ducked us. That's fine.
No, I actually didn't. I didn't dox.
Previously.
I didn't dox anybody. I've never done that before. Don't encourage them to go looking. The VODs are deleted. Don't worry about it. All right. Well, what do you? Don't throw us under the bus.
I'm not.
What do you think?
just me, I would get Vietnamese. But I know it's not your thing.
What kind of Vietnamese would you get? You just get pho?
Noodles. I know.
Yuck.
What would you like? What is?
I mean, you know what? Like Japanese, like ramen. Could do that. I could do
Japanese,
noodles.
But we would have to go somewhere.
You can't get it takeaway?
Where do we like?
Is there anywhere?
Let me look.
Like, you remember what we had when we were in Surfers? Just like that. With like a bit of fried chicken.
But better. That wasn't that nice.
I mean, it wasn't that nice, but...
They're all like 40 minutes. Do you care? Oh, this one's 20.
I did just yuck pho. I feel like all Vietnamese, I've got some problem with every dish.
No.
This too far or what?
Yeah, this one looks alright. What about Sakura?
Look. I think I know where that is.
I know where that is. Can you order it?
All right, I'm going to take a quick break. I'm back in a bit, pals. See ya. Okay, we're back. Chat. Let's get back on track, shall we? Do you remember what we're doing? We're trying to figure out how to skip a cutscene in Insignia, what that's supposed to do. Okay, so what's in a skipped cutscene? Cutscene is not a real thing in Insignia. We have sequences, which have the following features. They can play simultaneously. So multiple sequences can play simultaneously. They can control the player character or not. They can set quest flags or not. There's no there's no fixed condition for a cutscene being a sequence. Okay, it could be a character that says something when you walk past them. That's a sequence. If that's playing, pausing the game shouldn't open up the cutscene menu. I think the cutscene menu, when would we expect to see the cutscene menu? I think this is about heuristically, look at that word, heuristically, we expect to skip anything that currently is taking control of the game from us, which sets some kind of progress afterward. So that would be sets. It would be basically, is the cutscene taking control from the player? Does the cutscene set a flag at the end? That would be I think the condition for loading the cutscene. Now, this is a little awkward as well because there's no singleton. There are multiple sequence players. Around the scene. So the problem there is that, I guess, well, the question would be, who do we ask? We ask Armin. Is anything controlling you, which is a sequence player? And then Does it have a quest flag at the end? Is it marked as unskippable? Let's call it skippable. If all yes, end the cutscene right now. Give the expected flag. Return to game. That would be the nice thing if everything was great. This would give you like do that, and then it would return to the game. Man, if we can get this working, I'll be very impressed. So, first thing we need to do is this is something that we don't yet have. The rest of it we can actually check. Let's just assume right now that everything is true. So hey, I don't know how to pronounce that. Kaitsi, thank you so much for the sub. Okay, so should open. This is true if Armin controlled by sequence. Ooh, that's tough. Oh man, I'm finally typing fast again. Do I need that? Yes. self-awareness. Well, there's self-awareness and there's self-control. Self-awareness is for rigid bodies, or I guess I should call them characters in the game that have rigid bodies. Self-awareness allows them to register whether that rigid body is on safe ground, near a ledge, up against a wall, whether there's an obstruction in front of them. It's like a bunch of sensors for agents in the game, like characters, NPCs, enemies. Self-control is a bit different. Self-control is whether or not input instructions are allowed to be processed by that object. And it's essentially a stack or a list of things that stop the thing from doing what it wants to do. So when you open up a menu, the menu stops the player from being able to move around by adding itself to the stack. How many lines are usually in game classes? As few as possible if you're a good engineer. Depends how well you're doing. I think should open is skippable is different from in cutscene. Let's just make a distinction there. So this is not, is in cutscene. And then bool cutscene is skippable. In fact, this is a different question altogether. Wow, I already have a skippable flag for these. Damn. Okay. Okay. Never seen it before. Should open is cutscene skippable. Okay. That's good. So back to engine. Okay. Nice. Can we talk to Rose? Nope. Okay. Can we talk to anybody? I guess that's not really a cutscene. Let's go somewhere else. I would say this is a cutscene for sure. Okay, so that's no good. So let's go is in cutscene and do a check here. We didn't even ask. Oh, because I didn't even pause it. No, so it's null. Okay. This get effectors should be called get affectors. I've just noticed something terrible about my grammar. It's okay. I'll deal with it. So self-control is a control hash of objects. So it's every object. Now, what's wrong with this? Okay. Now, I expect this to give me something important here. Hey, there's a sequence player. What the hell? Excuse me? Does that not work? Or am I confused? We're not in a cutscene, but the test is literally correct. So, what the heck? This test is just false. It just doesn't work. Is that the proper check? How did I start learning game dev? I just started by making games. I was a user experience designer before that. Oh, right. X.key. Whoops. That's a bit silly. Nope. What is that? Oh, wow. Okay. Well, that didn't work. Isn't that literally exactly what I had? Get effectors, first of default, key.getType equals type of sequence player as sequence player. That's what I had, almost what I had written before. False. Am I wrong? Wait, it is a sequence player. It's right there. Okay, so we're actually correct. Oh. That's basically it right there. So is there a sequence that's controlling Armin? That's the only condition right now for whether or not we're in a cutscene? I don't think so. I mean, that's correct. It's good. So I started learning game dev by basically I was a UX designer. I wanted to make games. I learned a little bit of animation by myself and art and stuff like that. I learned some code at uni, and I was just adding those skills together and being like, I think I could make this. Like, I think I know what I need to do here to make a game. And I wasn't right. I had a lot to learn, but that confidence at least gave me like a bit of something. Okay, so this pause menu is being drawn in the wrong layout. It's being drawn underneath where we want it to go. So let's see if we can push it up in front. Hey, yay for you. Are you all right? I was asked the question. Maybe you could just get out of here. If you're not interested. Nobody's telling you to watch. All right. So, all right, bye. Game engine, UI, game over menu, game, cutscene menu. Where is the cutscene menu? Oh, my food's on the way. Wow, I was literally staring right at it. Okay. So what's the problem here? Our canvas is on the UI layer, but we need to make it like 100, like 500, like 1,000. But the fader is not correct. The menu fader. I think it's this one. Yeah. So this needs to be a lot higher to be in front of the text. We're at 50. If I go back to the game now, 50 feels okay. Wait, why does it go to -1 when I pause this? And if I put it to 50 right now, is that bad? It just goes behind this, but that's okay. Alternatively, we could put the dialogue underneath. Just checking my food. They're like right here. Be right back, pals. Okay, we're back. Yo, yay for you. It's fine. It's just really hard to detect sarcasm on the internet. So like, it's not, nobody knows if you're trolling or just being funny or what. So, you know, it just makes it complicated. Anyway, I'm going to go. I'll be back in a little bit. I'm not leaving for good, but I got to have something to eat. So I will take a break. We'll be maybe like half an hour, maybe less, 20 minutes. I'll see you in a bit. Yeah, I'm leaving the stream running. You're all good. Okay, we're back. Sup? This is Unity. Do I need to get right Night Rain? How old was I? I had a really gentle, man, my hair is such a triangle right now. I washed it yesterday. I had a really gentle entry into game dev over many years. I actually started game dev, like the first thing I ever did, I was in like high school. But I was so, I guess, what's the word? I was really passionate about making games, but I wasn't confident that anybody would want to play my games. So like me and my friends would make, like we were mucking around in RPG Maker in like year 8. Like in 2005. And I was doing bits and pieces in Game Maker, you know, playing around with Visual Basic and then ActionScript in Flash CS3 in like 2008, and I was making assets for a game that was online. So I was like doing stuff around game dev from like, you know, as mucking around as a kid, trying to figure out what I wanted to do with myself from like 2005 to like 2009. And then in 2010, I was at university and I was learning a bit of programming and I was doing a bit more serious stuff, and I actually made my first game. Again, not one that anyone could play, but I could play it. I didn't host it anywhere. That was in 2010. And I released my first app in like 2020, but from, I would say, 2014 to 2020, I was taking game dev much more seriously. It was like my main hobby. And Insignia, the title I'm working on right now, was started in 2017. So I've been at least doing like serious game dev for about 8-9 years of like, you know, multiple hours a week minimum working on game dev consistently. Okay. So we want, I got to be really careful with this. What we could do is we could take the game. Oh, hang on a second. When we have the cutscene menu, we have eye context layer. Do we pass in? We can't pass in how high we want the thing to be, can we? Okay. Oh, I hate this goddamn system. So right now everything's too low. I don't want to change where the text is. The game engine, the UI for the game menu has a canvas and it's on 103. The game over menu has a canvas. It's on 102. The cutscene menu should probably also be on 102. And we want to add that to the game engine prefab. Now that's in front, which is great. Let me see what I'm doing here. On Steam. Okay. All right. Can you family share? Cool. Do I have him in my family already? No, I don't. No. Okay. Let's keep working for now. So, I'm imagining that that is the thing. It's at UI -1. If it happened to be at 100, we'd be fine. So why is it -1? I didn't study game dev, no. I studied a course called Design Computing, which was kind of like interaction design with some programming, stuff like that. Okay, dim to menu. This is kind of where we need to be. Dim goes to -1. I think we should try 100. I hate hard coding that, but that looks good to me. I guess it's just this thing that probably would be nicer if it was forward. If we go to the HUD, does it have one canvas? Canvas group. The sword HUD is at 10. We could go to 105, see how we go. I mean, that's pretty good. And that's correct. The thing is, we got some problems. The floating dialogue. The dialogue engine has something called input. Oh, it's doing, yeah. So this is taking the input. Where does do proceed come from? What the hell? Hey, Santiagos. Huh. That's good to hear. Good luck. Yeah, this is really, really, really bad. This is the worst possible place this could be. Terrible. Absolutely garbage. Okay. So the issue is that we need to know when the main player character, sorry, one sec, pals. I'm going to close all this stuff. Okay. When the main player character is not in control, we've got to have this context system. And the context system needs to include the dialogue system. And the dialogue system is basically a part of well, right now, you have to have a sequence player in order to have dialogue. But once you have it, let's just have a look actually. Let's just go like dialogue engine, sequence player. Do we have a player specifically? We do, but it doesn't get referenced ever. So like, there's this dialogue.play, but the dialogue doesn't know what we are. This is really bad design. Because I can't check the source of what's telling the dialogue what to do, then the dialogue has no way of inserting itself in the context stack. It doesn't know when it's not allowed to process the dialogue. And what that means is when okay, I gotta get Night Rain. Okay, so what happens is here, you try to talk. If I just press continue, well, skip, it's able to interact despite the fact that we can't. So the only way that it's going to be able to stop doing that is if we somehow add a way for it to be part of the context system. But that's a bit more complicated than it sounds. First of all, let's get Night Rain. $54. Goddamn. Wait, what? A gift from a friend. Wait, did someone literally just... Oh. Why? He gave it to me. My brother just gifted me Night Rain because I bought him lunch today? What the heck? He's an idiot. Wait, does that mean I can just go get it now? How do I redeem this? Am I alone on this project? At the moment I am, but hopefully not for very long. It's just a temporary thing. Wait, what? Why is my gas account so cheap? How do I... man. How the hell do I do this? Sorry, chat. Sorry, chat. Okay. Okay. Community. And then gifts. I don't know how to use Steam, man. Games, manage gifts. Pending gifts. Accept. Got it. All right. We night raining. Not right now, though. We got... Oh, it's only 20 gigs. That's pretty good. Doesn't he want you to focus? You know, you would think so. Okay. Damn, it's already 25% through. Shit. Okay, so we want to do... What do we want to do? We want to add the context system into the dialogue. And man, I'm really anxious about what that means. Like for things like... it could create a bunch of knock-on issues. But nonetheless, I think it's important. So... My fear is that there's only one real dialogue engine, right? Is it a singleton? Yeah, there's only one. So how is it working everywhere else? Oh yeah, gotta mention wish lists. You should wishlist Insignia. That's a game you can get on Steam. Well, you will be able to get on Steam. You gotta wishlist it. Oh, we're dropping too much. Hang on. Can I throttle this thing? Uh-oh. I'm using the universal render pipeline. And I am using the 2D renderer, I think. Playback. Okay, we're good. Yeah. It's way slower, but like, Jesus, we were like really blistering back then. 56 megabits per second. I think we want to go, I'm going to keep playing with it until we get a decent number. As long as it doesn't affect the stream, I'm gonna double it. We still good? We still good? I think we're still good. Okay. So I'm just gonna let this rock. It's now it'll take its time, but it will get there. What's like, what, 20 times? But this is megabits. We'll try it going up one more time. We'll be fine. Okay, let's keep working. So, oh, goddamn. The problem with the dialogue system is I need to know how many dialogue engines there are. So when I go to like dialogue tooltip, this has got a dialogue engine. And dialogue engine has it's got a singleton. So I hope I don't have more than one. But I'm pretty certain I do have more than one in the game. Okay, I guess I don't. All right, well, if I don't, then that's fine then. All right. The challenge is that, like, for example, here's my issue. When I'm here and I'm here, does this use the dialogue engine? No, it only uses one. Okay. Oh, because it doesn't type and it doesn't require me to press continue. It must just be like text. Okay. Well, then I guess it's fine. I guess I'm just overreacting and I can do this the way that I want to. All right. In which case, the challenge is going to be that we need somewhere to place this thing. Are you still getting some lag? I don't think so. I don't think I have any more dropped frames. I think we're good for now. So, our issue is that we need to insert the dialogue engine somewhere in the context system. And dialogue engine, it's not really, I mean, we could do iContext layer. And we can implement this. I don't know. All right, I'm going to just try. I don't know what I'm doing here. I'll just trust what I'm doing. Really? Push context. And does this check if it already exists? The setter doesn't need the underscore because I was an idiot and I forced myself to double assign it. So no underscore. Oh, no, you were totally right. Sorry, my bad. You were right. I was wrong. My bad. It was just equaling itself. Thank you. All right. Game context system. Push context. Contexts.add layer. Wow, this is really not secure. It doesn't check if it's there at all. What if it already was? That feels a bit dangerous. We're checking on the pop. Why aren't we checking on the push? I don't understand. I got no idea. Is it a hash? No, it's just a list. So I can add the same thing twice. Weird. I don't understand the point of this. I really don't understand it, but I'm gonna leave it because I didn't write it. That was Elias. So we're talking. The dialogue shows up. I can't pause it. So that's something. Oh, 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 oh. This is going to be false. We do not want to darken the screen when we do that. But we can't pause it now. So that would be game menu, open menu, engine, open menu. That's the problem there. So who wins? That's the next question. Why can't I pause during a cutscene? Of course I can. Well, which pause do I do? Hang on, 1 sec, pals. We're at... Okay. What's the first thing I made for this game? Actually, it was player character stuff, which was a mistake. But it was the character sprites, animations, that kind of thing. I really liked animation. I still do. And I was just really interested in making a run animation and an idle and a jump and then coding those and making the player character controller. So right now, this will not let us open anything. I guess in a way, this handle menu input, we could actually have the cutscene peek above the top of all of this. So we could say I actually don't even mind trying it from scratch. Yeah, okay. Yeah, let's just let this be. But even this is wrong. Okay, so then if menu... Okay, bool permitted context equals or game system dot active context equals is dialogue engine. Okay. It was a mistake because in game design, I really don't think that the ideal thing to do is start with animations for a character controller. You want to build a character controller, but not the animations for it. Okay, it is a dialogue engine. And it's mostly about, hang on a second. What the heck? What the hecky? What the hell? What the helly? It's equals null or that. In which case, I want to try this is again. Cool. No. Sorry, I'll answer in a bit. One sec. Wait, it is true. Wait a second. Then why can't I do it? Okay. No. Wait a second. And not permitted context. All right. Nice. Oh no. Because I have to check. I believe there's a gap. I don't think there's much of a gap. It's pretty close. Okay, so why was it a mistake to do a character controller first? It's a good question. Games, making a game or designing anything, but it's really, really clear with games. Anything that you do creates a knock-on effect in terms of the opportunity that it creates for you to explore more. Think of it like it's like making a game is like a roguelike. So like you start and you have nothing. So you make your first steps, your first moves, and those moves open up new opportunities for you. But they also close certain opportunities or make it harder to pursue other opportunities. So your goal when you're making a game is to always have the work that you've done be valid for what you're trying to achieve in the future. You want to minimize the amount of retreading steps, undoing stuff, redoing stuff. You want to minimize that. So that, because that's wasted energy, right? If you didn't have to redo something, then it's better if you don't do it in the first place. Wait, if you have to redo something, but you didn't have, if you redo something that you didn't have to do, then it's wasted. So the the goal is to make foundational steps first. Don't do something too specific before you've decided the thing that it depends on. So for example, if you're drawing a character sprite, do you know that your character's collisions are the size that the sprite is? What if the collisions end up needing to be half the size? Now your sprite's too big. You got to shrink the sprite to meet the conditions, but you can't shrink the sprite easily. You got to redraw it. So it's that kind of thing that you want to avoid. Anything that forces you to like accidentally discover that it needed to be something else, you want to avoid that. So what that typically means is that like if you're designing a character first, if you do the code first and you just use like a big gray box for the character's animations, then you never have to worry about how the animations might be affected by the character controller until you're ready to do them. But then you already know exactly what the character needs to be. That's why it was a mistake for me to start with character controller, because the sprites, the animations depend on stuff that I hadn't built yet. It's really hard when you're starting out in game dev to know what's what. It's really, really hard. You're going to make this mistake 1,000 times before you realize what kinds of things need to come first and what kinds of things can come later. And it's also the case that motivation, things that you want to do, sometimes are things that you shouldn't do yet, but they're the easiest things to do because it's fun, you know? So having the discipline or the wisdom to do the things that are more foundational first is, it's part of, it's like half of what game dev is. Okay, so we're in this, and then we pause. We shouldn't be able to continue. Perfect. Can't continue in the cutscene until we continue, and then we can do it. But what I'd like to do is actually check to see if the input's buffered first. So this do proceed sucks. It's really bad, really, really bad. I don't like it. I don't want it. I don't need it. We're going to get rid of it. It's about 8 years old, this function. Terrible. Hey, DevSpice, welcome. Thanks for the raid. Hey, you too. So what I want to do here is check. Yeah. If jump is buffered, then do this and return true. And do that for all of them. So attack, roll, special. So we're trying to basically catch an input here. Nothing. Great. Perfect. That might not be the case, actually. And in fact, I don't know if we're buffering those buttons. This might not be correct. Yeah, it's not going to do it. Yep. No, mistake. Back it up. The problem is, it's the only inputs that are buffered, that have input buffers, are the player's inputs. But we're not capturing the player when we do this stuff. We're capturing just like keystrokes and like whether the controller has been pressed. They're not counted as buffered inputs. Now, we could, I mean, like this. Hang on a second. We do update the buttons. Which does check. Holy moly. Right, so I don't have a buffer for the special button. Damn it, I've made this so hard for myself. I've got jump, attack, and roll, which means that the top button is not going to do anything, which I hate. All I can do is buffer the special button. That's the only thing I can do right now. Because attack and roll is that and that, that and that, and I have a jump already. if I go to input intent. Oh, I've got a special buffered input. Okay, hang on a second. So then when is this getting buffered? Do buffered inputs have their own? No. Wait a second. So trigger is the buffer point. Why isn't that called buffer? Why isn't it called buffer? Do I have special down? I do. So I literally just need to say if special down Polish. Polski. Do I not have a function called buffer on buffered input? That's crazy. At least trigger buffer. I'm good. I'm just calling it buffer. Screw this. So now, is there any time where this isn't getting called? Like, I have a feeling that it might be. There might be other places where it's not getting called. Let's go back to dialogue engine. Okay, I'm still trying to figure out why actually that's not calling. Is it that the player input control goes dead? Oh shit, yeah, well that'll do it. Damn. So we can't use them. It's designed to be disabled. See if I can crank this up a little bit. No, it's all right. So I can't use these buffers if the player's in a cutscene. There's no way to do that. I still feel like we should be able to check that they are buffered. But, I mean, that's what all of his state machine uses. There's a better way to do this though, right? We can say... See, I don't like this. I don't like this. I think self-control should be the thing that gives us, that allows us to state, to set our states, our input states. No, that doesn't work. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. Oh, damn. Because if he happens to be in a state, like he's in a combo, that combo, if you keep pressing the button, it's deciding what it wants to do. This has no control over that. So actually, we have to disable the inputs like that in order to do this. Damn it. In which case, go back to dialogue engine. This is just wrong. Pooey. There's no easy way to do this. I guess we just have to deal with it for now. It's really crappy. It basically, the thing I'm trying to solve right now is that when I'm down here and I pause, when I press continue, it automatically plays the next line of dialogue because I pressed the continue button. I pressed the button. Okay, now we just need a skip button. Cutscene menu. Um, damn. No, that's fine. I just need to go. It's a giant turnery, man. Let's let that be. So, might just be able to do that. Nice, man. I love when stuff just works. It's just coming together. Can I just call end sequence? I mean, it's possible. Let's see if I can make it skippable. Where do I even put is skippable? It's not even in the HUD. Boom. There it is. Hidden property. Wow, just like that. Shit. Oh, man. My keystrokes are soothing. Softer, less clicky. I do like to rap on the keyboard a little bit. But I don't use a mechanical one. I use a chiclet keyboard. Microsoft one. Membrane. I think it's just the mic Sounds good. All right. So that's continue. That's skip. Go there. Do that. Go here. Exit prefab mode. Go here. Do this. Press that. Go. And then continue is good. Skip is good. And then I go here and I can't skip. But it didn't force the focus. Force focus. Wait, why is it enabled? No, that's not right. On open. Okay. Perfect. Cool. Really good stuff. I think we should dim darker than that where we're at right now. Don't you think? When I pause this, do you think it should be darker than that? Or is that all right? I think we could go another like 10, 15% even. It's already at 7.5. It's pretty dark. All right, well, it's skippable. The basic feature exists. Now, there are two cutscenes I want to test. I'm not sure they're going to work. I mean, this one definitely won't work. But I'd like to see what happens anyway. There's no way this works well. It's just going to break immediately. Get him. Yeah, of course. Because we're stuck on the timeline. But this one with Harriet might actually be skippable. Hey! Oh, I'm stuck. Armin, why are we stuck? Try again. Damn, that's great. I'm locked again. Why all of a sudden is he locked like that? What is that? Is he actually like... Give me a second here. His input control is turned off. Because he's in a cutscene? Wait, what? But he's not in a cutscene. Okay. Wait, why is it off now? That's so weird, man. Oh, it's the magic button. It's turning it off but not turning it back on. It has 2 finished ones right now. What the heck? The thing is, I didn't add any new buffers. I didn't change them. That's not any changed. I mean, it sounds like there's definitely something. If I go back here and I just fire this up. Yeah, it ruins it. What's calling this for a second? Hang on. Cutscene menu. I have to, hang on. Let me just compile for a second. Harriet's one of them. Hey, Evan. So weird. I think I understand what's happening there. We're going to go back to engine and then open menu. And it's this. This is wrong. It's not right. Damn it. If menu is open. Wait, menu open is if either of them is open. If either of them is open. Why do I even have to do... I don't even understand what I'm doing right now. Okay, that's right. Okay, that's right. That's right. Okay, everything's fine now. I don't know why I was doing this. But this is from like 8 years ago. So we'll just let that be. The problem is, can you do both? No, it's one or the other. All right. Well, that should fix everything we were just struggling with. So I can talk to you, I can press skip, and it goes straight into this. That doesn't break anything. And if I just... Wait, what? That didn't hurt me at all. Okay, that hurt. Hey, Avatar. I've been working on my game for ages, man. Like, this one for like 8 years. Oh, that's really bad. Okay, if I reload checkpoint, we should go... Oh. Yep, that's good. Okay, that's good too. And then I can just go back here. Oh. Wait a second. Why do I not have this? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, hang on a second. Skip. Reload. Okay. Damn. It's almost like it didn't set it up correctly. Oh, that sucks. We've met her. We're supposed to have found the Smith syllabus. We have not done the librarian. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, what do we do here to fix this? She's saying this, which doesn't give us a quest flag, but needs for us to have met Harriet. And then there's this, which gives us argue with Harriet. Argue. Oh, we've got this flag. Oh, it needs to be a no save. I think that's what it is. No, it shouldn't matter. Did you put much time into research? Into the time that I stream? Oh, I stream when I can. Argue with Harriet should be set to false. But it should also be a no save flag. I think that's the issue here. So then when I do this, I skip that, I die. I go back here. This goddamn thing. Damn it. Oh, that sucks so bad. Ah. It's not set here. If I load up, it's not set. Why is this way? I think it's because it saves on level, on scene change. It saves. Because we finished the cutscene. So we would need for the scene change to also not be considered worth saving through. Is that what it is? I mean, going through a door saves the game. I don't think it does save. So then why does that do that? There's no save happening here. Now I'm not even taking any damage. Okay, weird. Hey, Bo Meets World. How's it going? Oh, thank you. I need for this to disappear when I do that. But right now, it doesn't do that. This is a skippable scene. And the quest flag needs to be saved as a no save flag. I don't understand why. why we can't reset this properly. Maybe I'll just do a little quick check here. I'll leave this room. Oh, what's happening here? Okay, ignore that. We saved to get in here, and we don't have that flag. We're skipping the cutscene. No save happened, so we should be good. We reload the checkpoint. We're back here. We don't have the cutscene. Nice. So I think our issue is really that we just need to be really careful about the save context, I guess. If I quit, like, does that save? Like, I think I just don't really know. I need to be careful about it. I'm going to commit this now. It's really hard to know when you can skip a cutscene. I guess I just have to go through one by one and set them to be skippable. Particularly some of the longer ones. Like maybe this one. There was something else here. Hugo needs a toggle. Where this is I think like that. Nice. But then why does he not want to talk to us? Find some meat. If we haven't got find some meat, he should be gone. There we go. Oh, I think I was too early. So he appears if find some meat is true. Yeah, that should be fine. And I want to be able to skip this cutscene. I actually hate the idea of having skippable cutscenes, if I can be honest with you. I hate it. Why am I putting all this effort in if you can just skip it? It's just like, I'm putting effort in here. I'm putting so much time into these cutscenes. I mean, it's handy for me, for sure. Wow. I can't believe how well it works. I was prepared for this to be a much, much, much more difficult thing to deal with. What happens if I skip this like halfway through? Yeah. It's not great. There needs to be more than this. I think I need to like almost like reload the scene with the player in the same position as they are now, or something like that. I don't know. I don't think that any scene like this should be skippable if I haven't figured out what to do with the NPCs afterward. Maybe later I'll set it up. I can make it so that like they automatically go to idle state, stuff like that. I just realized I've got another bug in here. Whoops. Okay. Didn't get to do any of this. But I did finish this. And then I did finish this. It's now 8. All right, I gotta go. This is fun. I will have to be working on this all weekend, unfortunately, because if I can't get through all of these, at least the red tasks, the mostly opaque tasks, if I can't finish all of those before end of day Sunday, I'm going to be in a bit of trouble, because the grants that I was awarded, if I don't deliver the milestones for those grants, I can't get the rest of the money. And that money needs to be sent to me, if I am going to do it, before the end of the financial year, which is in 1 month. So for me to make sure that they have time to process the invoices, I need to send this off as soon as possible. Also, my team's basically waiting on me. I don't have a budget until I get the rest of that money. So, and publishers are waiting on me too. Everyone's waiting on me to finish this thing. I might even have to stream tomorrow, because I'd like to get some alpha testing done by you guys, if you like. There's going to be so many bugs, but I want to clear out the ones that I know are here before I get your feedback. I think I could get through like tons of these. Like some of these lower ones are really easy. Some of these are way harder. Like this one, I don't know how to replicate this. It's going to be really tough. And it's game breaking. It's a terrible bug, this one. It's like Armin will try to... honestly, I've seen it twice. And both times it was really, really, really bad. What is this? Frame property handler on Hugo. Yeah, ignore that. Basically, it's... Armin will be like... He'll interact with like a switch, yeah? And then somewhere else, if the player presses like the up button, he'll try to go back to the switch and he'll just start walking. He'll just start walking towards it. It's like there's like a stack of objects that are queued up as interactions, and it doesn't know that it needs to unqueue itself from the interaction. So at some random point, you can be pressing the button to interact, and then it will just take over. And Armin will just start zombie walking towards it from wherever he is in the level. It's really bad. And you're just soft locked. You just can't do anything forever. You have to like quit the game. So that's no good. In fact, I'm going to take this and this and this and this and this and delete them. And I'm going to start piling stuff in tomorrow already. I just fixed that one. Yay. Huzzah. Oh, so many of these. I think I could get these all done in the morning. No problem. Maybe, except for this one, I think I get the rest of them done in like an hour. I think I can literally do that. I just have to sleep well. And then this is tough. That I need to fix. This stuff, it's really tough. That I can fix. Damn it. So much stuff. This is going to take ages, I reckon. All right. I got to go. Thank you, pals. It was a pleasure. I was going to play some Night Rain, and I still will, but I won't do it on stream. All right. Let's find someone to raid and get out of here. Incarn. Thanks, everyone. It was a pleasure. If you like what I'm working on, you can go and wishlist Insignia and show me that you're interested in it. Doing so helps publishers know to check out my game and gets us closer to actually getting funding. So please do that if you're interested. That's it. That's the stream. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the IndieTales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.